Incógnita do colégio, Sr. Peter Marques falando. E bem-vindos ao Assistindo Porcaria, mas Posicionamento, Ridiculamente, Questionável, Webcam. 38, dia 3 de 7 de 2025, sei lá o que, 7.
Oi, eles, para de bisbilhotar. Vamos fazer isso aí, tipo, rodando música pelo menos. Essa primeira parte vai ser aqui, mas depois você vem a outra parte. Ó, tá curtinho agora. Ele tá muito grande pra usar aqui assim. Ele tá muito grande pra usar assim, né? Acho que agora também tá mostrando. Não muito, mas tá chegando tanto, né? Oh, nossa, usava assim dá muito mais trabalho do que colocar na cintura. Porque na cintura eu sei que ela tá mais certa pra usar. Caralho. Agora eu acho que o pessoal muito apertado para rolar o braço. Né?
Ó. Tá quase um tamanho certo para usar como bracelete, ó. Ó. Bracelete. Bem chato de colocar. Tem que começar com tornozeleira agora. Nem com bracelete mais, ó. Não fecha. Para bracelete precisa do quê? Umas 14 balas, eu acho. Umas 15, coisa assim. That's a rare. They said it's old. That's a rare. What's up to you?
I was known as Morgan, and I tried to escape to the ruins of Agmund to find my remaining forces. When she ate all the gems, she decided to demand, but I just couldn't give the Silmarils away. And with a great cry, I escaped. When the legions of Balros, demons of the ancient world, came to my rescue. And so, I returned to Angband. Ground. Ground. Buried in the deep places of the world, I spread my poison. I breed armies of orcs and dragons, and all this earth shall bow to my might. Morgan, Morgan.
Golf! More golf!
A masterpiece.
Yeah, that's a rare. This is the zone. That's a rare. Zone. Six powers of the
Into the void. That's where I draw my inspiration. The shadows furnish the black pit of all creation. Into the void. Into the void. Into the void. Into
É bem travada a imagem aí, né? Fica mais bem travada mesmo pra vocês. Só pra ver como vai falar tudo. Para regravar e mostrar depois. Pegar o outro balde. vou mostrar um negócio aqui depois, ó. O vídeo. Se for pra travar, é de fundo, né? For travado assim mesmo, tipo a imagem aqui. Caralho. A imagem é mais lenta aqui na transmissão. Essa do celular, que bosta, hein? Eu tinha que fazer isso aí um por um, ó. Nossa, aqui. Não só o livro, esse negócio do... Tá vendo? Peça por peça. Já viu? Agora, sinceramente, o vídeo aí é muito grande, eu vou ter que deletar ele.
Praia pé de escola. A cerveja que desce redondo. Beba com moderação.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Spoiler alert! I was being spoiled on what's inside the PlayStation Vita box, but now I'm finally willing to show it off to everyone while keeping my experiences pure. I don't want to see it. Don't meet your heroes. Alright, looks like we have... Oh my god, little deviants. What's better than getting a brand new video game console? Using it. Even more exhilarating pleasure. You open up your brand new Nintendo 64, rip it out of the box, plug it into the TV, pop in the gate. My crotch hurts. Doesn't it just make sense to get some kind of thing to do with your game system when you buy it? I mean, sure, these days our consoles can connect to the internet and do all kinds of things out the box. That doesn't mean we can be deprived of a surprise. Pack-in games. Consider these to be a different beast from your average everyday console bundle. Oh wow, big man, too good to call this a pack-in.
Well, fuck a guy with an opinion, I guess.
Nah, I'm talking games that were packed in as a standard with the console. Title synonymous with coming alongside the system. You can't imagine that game without the console, you can't imagine that console without the game. Easiest example, Wii Sports, alright? Everybody knows that as the Wii's pack-in. For a while, at least here in North America, you couldn't buy it separately. It was only available alongside the Wii console for the longest time. That is a pack-in and shows just how important of a job it is to be one. It has the duty to sell you on the console after you buy it. It's supposed to represent everything that system is meant to be, take advantage of its unique capabilities, get you excited for the future, and they're almost always considered throwaway freebies. They aren't given the respect they deserve. You just try to do what they do.
Dude, I'm pissed.
Pack-in titles go in and out of fashion. I'm sure most of the time they aren't included to keep costs down, but back when consoles couldn't connect to the internet, just what were you expecting us to do with these systems? The Nintendo 64 launched with only 2 games available for it, and neither one were in the box. You had to buy them separately. The system doesn't even do anything when you turn it on. Hell, I would at least appreciate a screen telling me what to do next. That just goes to show how lucrative the pack-in was. These consoles were paperweights without a game to play on them, and these games helped you do something with the systems until you finally got a good game. In my opinion, pack-in titles have a lot to live up to. They're your first impression of a video game console. If it's bad, that's almost worse than if you meet a newborn babe for the first time, just trying to have a conversation and it's slimy and goopy and screaming.
I'm done trying.
There's an art to the pack-in. It's gotta be a good introduction to a new generation while also being a good game on its own. A system seller, a one-of-a-kind experience. Well, let's just see how well these pack-ins did their job. We'll hop around throughout history from pack-in to pack-in and see how they rank as pack-ins on the historically definitive pack-in review scale.
There was only ever one, and it was from 1934. They were confused too. This was before Stars were invented.
Following the success of the original Wii, Nintendo knew they had to bring the big guns with the Wii U. The Wii had Wii Sports bundled in, a perfect representation of what made that console unique that was immediately understandable and enjoyed by the masses. Without Wii Sports, the Wii would have gone nowhere, or at least somewhere not nearly as far as it went. So Nintendo wanted to try this thing where they made a similar bundled-in experience for the system's successor.
It's all fucking up.
Nintendo Land, the Wii U's pack-in title. Kinda. See, the system launched with 2 versions. The basic set with just the bare necessities for 300 bones, and the deluxe set with a few extra accessories and the Nintendo Land game for 350 bones. I would say you'd be a fool not to buy the Wii U deluxe set, but I can't because you'd be buying a Wii U. But hey, Nintendo Land was sold separately, retailing for $60 whole, so being bundled in with a system for $50 more, plus a slew of random garbage included alongside it, come on, that's a steal. But monetary value is the least of our concern right now. How does Nintendo Land hold up as a pack-in? Well, the entire game design philosophy behind this project is to be a pack-in. That's literally its destiny. It just doesn't feel right as a standalone release. The game is laser focused on showing you as many uses of the Wii U's fancy new controller as possible. And Nintendo Land does so through the visual treat known as a virtual Nintendo theme park.
She's gone.
Yeah, that decision killed some of the mass market appeal the Wii U could have had. I mean, to people like us, we think there's no way in hell you could go wrong with a minigame based on the mysterious Murasame Castle from the Famicom Disk System, but for some reason, Dad disagrees. I mean, Wii Sports had bowling. Nintendo Land had Octopus Dance. This game is incredibly fun and obscenely well made. And while I think many non-gamers can get a kick out of some of the minigames at play here, the barrier for entry is far too large. You think I can convince Grandma to play a minigame based on Pikmin? Well, I can't. She's dead. You don't have to be a Nintendo fan to enjoy these games, but the theming makes it look like this is just for pre-existing Nintendo fans. But with the gameplay, it's a lot of fun, and it does a great job using the controller. Though it doesn't do a great job validating the controller. Each year after Nintendo Land launched, people would still have discussions about the Wii U not having its Wii Sports moment yet. A game that made you go, so that's That's why this exists. People didn't see Nintendo Land as that game, which probably frustrated Nintendo considering that's all Nintendo Land was designed to be. I mean, it showed how asymmetrical multiplayer works. The players on the TV see something different compared to the players on the gamepad. Also had some single-player only games, which sure understood the assignment. Balloon Trip Breeze, based on Balloon Fight from the NES. Here we use the touchscreen to push our character around via the wind to avoid obstacles. We see everything on the TV and a zoomed-in shot on the gamepad. Wow, I need a Wii U! Some of these games just feel like most of them are still good fun, but fun in the way online Flash games are fun. Donkey Kong's Crash Course has a similar format to the previous game. It's zoomed out on the TV, zoomed in on the gamepad, and it's a really addictive physics-based puzzle platformer where you try to get through the obstacle course without breaking your cart. But these two games, while good, aren't necessary on Wii U. They don't need the gamepad. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't mean Nintendo Land is a poor pack-in title. It's actually a great one. There's so much content here. 12 minigames with multiple levels and tons of replay value, collectibles to decorate your park with, spectacular graphics and music, inventive uses of the Wii U's technology. If this was the only game you had, it could keep you busy for a while. But it's just not at the same level as Wii Sports when it comes to being a true system seller and showcase for why you need this controller setup. Which is the problem considering that's what Nintendo made Nintendo Land to do. So while it's a really fun game with cool uses of its console's tech, it didn't succeed at its goal as a pack-in title. This was listed as the Wii U Wii Sports, and it attempted to capture that same audience and magic. A lot of these minigames with the controller implementation feel far more forced than anything in Wii Sports ever did. A really fun game, great to get this with the console, but didn't accomplish what it wanted to do as a pack-in.
My work is easy because I use Clicker. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I end up everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps.
Packed in with the Super Nintendo, we got Super Mario World, one of the greatest games of all time. How's Scott gonna bitch about this one? I found a way. I love Super Mario World, and getting this for free with your Super Nintendo was a steal. I mean, this is often considered one of the best SNES games, and it was just a giveaway, no big deal. So, this is an outstanding value being bundled in. Though, as a console showcase, it's a bit more subtle. It's not the flashiest game, and because of that, it was easy for critics and players at the time to compare it to competing games on competing hardware, like Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis. Doing so, Mario World doesn't look all too revolutionary. Not saying it wasn't, rather, Sonic was this brand new thing we've never seen before, while Mario World was a pretty logical follow-up to what we got on the NES. As a system showcase, it's not at all in your face. In fact, I'd say the games that launched with the Super Nintendo sold separately did a far better job of that. But what Super Mario World had that those games didn't was this humongous map of dozens upon dozens of levels with countless secrets to discover, endless replay value. The 40th time you play Super Mario World is just about as fun as the first. Add that all together and you have a pack-in title that, while lacking a bit of the innovation games like Super Mario Bros. 1 or even Wii Sports brought to the table, made up for it and then some when it came to value and fun. Better yet, it didn't include Octopus Dance. It's like an abacus.
This counts.
Astro's Playroom was considered the pack-in title for the PlayStation 5. So is Settings. Pre-installed on PlayStation 5 consoles. Alright, fine enough. I'll let this one slide because Astro's Playroom, damn it, I'm getting emotional. This is one of the most joy-filled, simple, fun experiences I've ever had on a PlayStation console, focusing on showing exactly what the new DualSense controller can do. It's a basic platformer at the end of the day, but it just feels so good and polished to oblivion. Plus, it's chock full of hundreds of PlayStation references, games, hardware help. The final boss is a PlayStation 1 tech demo. Well, actually, this may have some Nintendo Land syndrome. Oh, God! At least in the sense that so much of what makes this a treat is the deep-cut references, because at its core, it's a smooth as butter platformer with really cool controller gimmicks here and there, but you finish it in about an hour and nothing is all too mind-blowing. The uses for the controller are all pretty damn superfluous if I'm being honest, and they're mainly just used to show off in really exaggerated ways how some of these features could be used in games. Climbing a rock wall? Well, the triggers can vibrate and increase resistance, really feel like your character is grabbing onto something. If Astro's Playroom wasn't on the PS5 and didn't use a controller capable of such things, I think we would live. Think. PlayStation consoles historically haven't had pack-ins all too often, so I think it's impossible to complain about this. Think! You know what? I'll say it. I think being a pack-in made this game worse. Because it had to be free, included with the system, it's obviously quite short, and while I think it's not fair to call it just a tech demo, it's not a full-fledged game either, though if you want to collect every single thing in the game, that could keep you busy for a bit. But after I beat it, I just wanted more and thought to myself, what if this wasn't a pack-in? What if it could have just been its own game? Imagine the possibilities! Instead, it's just a really fun freebie on the PlayStation 5 that, while doing a good job showing off the controller's tech, is more concerned with being a solid little 3D platformer and not much else. When the Nintendo Switch launched, one game had such high levels of pack-in energy that everybody was befuddled when it was sold separately instead.
Where the f is it?
But that would be in a perfect world, and we live in reality. 1-2 Switch was often suggested to work better as a pack-in title for Nintendo Switch. It was only ever sold separately aside from being a freebie in some Mario Tennis Aces bundle. I want to talk about this one, not as a pack-in game because it wasn't one, rather everybody's opinion that it should have been a pack-in game. You want this forced onto you? 1-2 Switch was an attempt by Nintendo at a new type of casual game, utilizing the Nintendo Switch hardware at launch. 2 players, facing off against each other across the 28 included mini-games. Most of them have very little happening on screen. Instead, you want to focus on the other person, listen for audio or feedback from the Joy-Con controllers. It's an incredibly creative idea. Nintendo Land may have been a great game, but it felt like Nintendo developed it with the intention of it being Wii Sports for the Wii U. 1-2 Switch feels more like some developers had a unique idea and wanted to create an experimental multiplayer game, which I can get behind. With a gun! 28 mini-games. Yeah, sounds great. Did I mention 28 of those mini-games are worthless? 1-2 Switch fails as both a video game and a console showcase. These mini-games are over within a minute, and none of them have even a modicum of depth. I guess the replay value comes from the wacky fun you'll have in real life. The game will put you and your friends in such interesting scenarios. I don't need this game to act like a gorilla. As a console showcase, the only things people ever mention is the eating contest minigame, where you use the IR camera on the Joy-Con to gorge, and the ball count minigame, moving the Joy-Con around and feeling the HD rumble replicate the feel of balls rolling around in there. That's it. That's all 1-2 Switch does to show something the Switch can do. Those games feel somewhat out of place in the package. If more of them were like that, I think it would have fit better as a pack-in. I will admit the game can be fun when played with the right people, and nobody in the group has ever played it before. And it's right when the Switch launched, so everybody's more excited for the console. And dumb, everybody's fucking dumb. But after the first time playing, there's nothing. So, yes, retailing for $50 by itself, that's a dick move. Being your first Nintendo Switch experience coming bundled in with the system is that much better. Would you rather be shot for free or for $50? This being a pack-in would have given me such a bad taste for the console that I think while it was grossly overpriced, Nintendo made the right call selling it separately.
Às vezes, o trabalho pode ficar extremamente complicado, a não ser que você use a Monday.com, uma plataforma de gestão.
The original Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt combination cartridge. The most iconic pack-in title of them all. It's like everybody knows what they get with an NES. Whiplash. Yeah, Super Mario Bros. Wasn't originally the pack-in for the Nintendo Entertainment System. No. The original SKU contained 2 separate cartridges for Duck Hunt and Gyromite. Yeah, Gyromite. It uses the Rob the Robot accessory that originally came with the NES.
Because something had to.
Yeah, Rob was included alongside the Zapper gun to make the NES seem more like the ultimate toy rather than a video game system during a time in which retailers didn't trust that video games could sell. So the original pack-in games for the NES weren't even games you just sat down and played a controller with. They were both games that relied heavily on or required accessories. Well, how is this gonna prepare me for the rest of the console? A pack-in game is supposed to give me an idea of how this generation is gonna go, and how many of the 700 plus NES games released require the Zapper? Well, at least we have Robin Clue. God damn it. Shortly into the NES's life, Nintendo introduced the new standard pack-in title, Super Mario Brothers, while also keeping Duck Hunt in some bundles, with the combo cartridge being the one everybody had. This was the pack-in during the most popular era of the console. Considering how Super Mario Bros. Changed the video game industry and is still played endlessly to this day, shows how this was the pack-in. I'm not sure if anything will ever top it. Not only did it revolutionize gaming, it was the perfect teaching tool for customers to learn this system. What do these buttons do? How do most games work? What you can expect from this console. And if you were lucky, you got Duck Hunt too, and thank God, because I needed a healthier coping mechanism. I think Duck Hunt was a great inclusion because it's something anybody can understand, and it demos great. Look, I'm shooting the ducks! However, it's a very short and simple experience, whereas Super Mario Bros. Has secrets, power-ups, 32 levels. It was an unbelievably deep game for 1985, and paired excellently with the more gimmicky and shallow Duck Hunt. Welcome to video games. This game right here was one of the de facto pack-ins for the Atari 2600. Combat. Its premise couldn't be simpler. Two people take control of one tank each, or other vehicles and other modes, and see who wins. It's a very simple game. So simple you can only play with two players. The other tank isn't controlled by the computer when you're playing alone. Yeah, that kind of forces your pack-in game to only appeal to customers with 4 hands or a sister. Listen, combat can be fun, but I think bundling a multiplayer-only game with your console doesn't make much sense. I think packing in Space Invaders, Asteroids, Breakout, I don't know, any of those would have worked. They're games you can play alone or have fun passing off to somebody else in the house. Or they could have waited and spent more time on combat, figuring out how to make it a single-player game in addition to a multiplayer game, and boom! Would have been golden. But no. Instead, they've led me to stay up at night thinking, gosh, I wish Atari packed in a different game with the Atari 2600 in 1977. Why do I wish that? What? The Nintendo 3DS had no pack-in games, says the Outcast. The 3DS may not have had a traditional game that came in box with the handheld, but that didn't mean it didn't come with something. The pre-installed software on the device. Yeah, the 3DS basically came with 3 games, more if you want to count Activity Log. How do I win? First up is Face Raiders. First up is Street Pass Me Plaza. So the 3DS did this wild thing where if you had it on you in sleep mode while walking around, if you passed another 3DS user, you'd see their Me pop up via Street Pass. Hey Dad, I'm putting myself out there. With all these Mii's you come across, you can then play Street Pass games like Puzzle Swap and Find Me, with others eventually being offered as paid downloadable content. I never experienced much of Street Pass, mainly because I was ashamed to be a Nintendo fan when the 3DS was new. I was 14 years old and wanted to put up a facade. I don't like Nintendo, I like having a big stinky crotch. So this thing just kind of rotted in my sock drawer until that fateful moment whenever I wanted to sin. But I did play more of the other bits of pre-installed software, AR games and Face Raiders. AR games utilize the outer cameras of the 3DS and the collection of cards that every system came with. No matter how many revisions of the 3DS released, no matter how much they cut costs on some models, they were damn sure to include AR cards. I'm gonna tune into the news one day and they're gonna announce the last tree on Earth has just died. How could we have prevented this? This was always a cute little distraction, but nothing more really. Same can be said for Face Raiders. These both feel more like fun tech demos using the 3DS cameras rather than full games included for free. But I'm not one to complain about these being included. I'm one to complain about how I accidentally hover over these icons more than actually play them. The Nintendo DS introduced a whole new type of people to gaming. People. Those who never picked up a controller before were suddenly using the DS every day, playing games like Brain Age, Nintendogs, Art Academy, and even dipping their toes into more core titles like New Super Mario Bros. With that in mind, what was the Nintendo DS pack-in title at launch? Not even the full game. Metroid Prime Hunters First Hunt, a demo cartridge for the upcoming Metroid Prime Hunters, which launched 2 years after the DS released. My God! I mean, thanks for the demo, but by the time the game came out, I already forgot this came with the system. Bundling a demo for Prime Hunters shows how the DS wasn't always meant to be a casual gaming device for everybody. In those early years, it's pretty apparent Nintendo wanted to push the DS as a bit of a powerhouse, and this game helped showcase that. Plus, there's enough to do. There's a really basic multiplayer mode, 3 single-player missions, and a trailer to watch. You know, if I bought a DS at launch, I think this was a pretty cool bonus. I'd also have been 7.
Declare o seu amor pela comida com Estomazil. Estômago sentiu, Estomazil.
Rico, vantagem pra ninguém ficar parado. Abra sua conta.
What better game to get with your Sega Genesis than Adjusted Varmint? Yeah, when the Sega Genesis first released, it didn't have a lot of the titles people recognize it for, like Sonic, Sonic 2, Sonic 3. What Sega was trying to push with the Genesis in its early years was how comparable it was to arcades. Sure, the NES could play older arcade games like Pac-Man, alright, but when it got more contemporary arcade hits at the time, like Strider, Narc, and Ninja Turtles, how is this surprising to anybody?
Man, this pumpkin can't play football.
The Sega Genesis was advertised to have arcade quality versions of games, so what better way to show that off than with Altered Beast?
Implying this was the best case scenario?
Altered Beast was never great. You look at reviews from back in the day, critics were still mixed on it. It's just so slow, lame, and clunky. The only reason I ever play it to this day is due to how recognizable it is. Like, that's a face I can remember, but it's never because I actively want to play it. I find Altered Beast to be incredibly mediocre, and the only reason it was bundled in with the Genesis was because it was an arcade game on the system, it was made by Sega, which means they didn't need to do any fancy licensing deals, and, I mean, it was badass! I don't want to play Nintendo, I'm grown up now, I want to play... I hope that's his leg. But Altered Beast didn't last as the Genesis pack-in for long, eventually being replaced by Sonic the Hedgehog. Now this is more like it. Sonic 1 showcased the Genesis's power and capabilities of arcade quality visuals without being an arcade game. This was made just for the Sega Genesis, while also having far more mass appeal than Altered Beast, being a platformer featuring one of the greatest character designs of all time. See, Altered Beast may have been badass, but was too gritty and hardcore. Sonic had this great balance where he was colorful and cute, but had attitude and was cool as hell. You appealed to everybody with him, and coupled with the speed of the game's first level, Sonic the Hedgehog was the ideal pack-in. You can easily compare to competing games on competing hardware and immediately point out the differences in what made the game special. Gun to your head, do that with Altered Beast.
If you want to kill me, just do it.
Fucking duh. Let's be fair, looking at it critically as a game, Wii Sports is nothing more than a tech demo with some garnish. There's not a ton here, but what is here couldn't be utilized any smarter. You got 5 sports included, and the ones they picked were ingenious. They're all sports we know. Who needs a refresher on the rules? Baseball, tennis, bowling, golf, and boxing were the ideal choices as everybody knows them and knows how to mimic them. That's key here, as the Wii was all about the motion controls of the Wii remote. How do you showcase the possibilities? Create a collection of 5 sports everybody knows and control them by lying to yourself. Oh yeah, I'm playing baseball. Wii Sports was very simple. There's no single player, online multiplayer, or leaderboards. It has painfully basic graphics, but all of these things that seem to be negatives helped it succeed at the end of the day. These sports are timeless in real life, and they're so well executed in this game. No tutorial necessary, you just hop right in and play, which means adding countless other things around them would just complicate the experience. Sure, a single player campaign would be nice, but Wii Sports doesn't need it. Golf and bowling will be popular in real life until the end of time, and they're represented so well in this game that, honestly, the same applies to them here. Wii Sports will always be pure and casual fun. It does a perfect job validating the Wii, and the Wii does a great job validating it. Because let's be honest, if this was a pack-in for the Xbox 360, well, I'd feel better about my physicality. I'd do anything in Wii Sports, I'm pulling a muscle. This is what sold the Wii, and it may have done it a little too well. So many people were eating up Wii Sports, they forgot other games released for the Wii. Worse games. Honestly, Wii Sports may have set the precedent for Wii software going forward, which was both good and bad. This software library is chock full of low effort, low quality garbage, and it's one of those things where you feel that some people looked at Wii Sports and didn't think it went much deeper than that. Oh, people want motion control games with bad graphics and no content. And it's like, yeah, Wii Sports wasn't a looker, but it felt more like a stylistic choice rather than due to incompetency or laziness. Though, that's easier to say now compared to in 2006 when this launched. And it was light on content because it had a damn reason to be. It was bundled in with the system. If it wasn't, then I'd have something to say. F this game.
9 de cada 10 clientes compram e aprovam os carros da Localiza Seminovos.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity.
Ah, Tetris, the classic go-to original Game Boy game. And it was included for free. This turned the Game Boy from a kid's toy into something everybody could enjoy. And while Tetris was originally available on personal computers, the handheld format of the Game Boy, alongside its affordable price point and everlasting battery life, led to this being a match made in heaven. A game that works perfectly within the Game Boy's limitations. One of the only games that you could see on it. With a screen like this, Tetris works. I wouldn't say perfectly, but it works. For either quick pick-up and play sessions or long-lasting car rides, Tetris was the game to pop in. Sure, Super Mario Land would have been a solid pack-in choice, but Tetris ended up having so much more wide appeal. When Microsoft was creating their own motion controller to go head-to-head with the Wii, they knew a pack-in title was necessary to really seal the deal and show the world how Kinect for the Xbox 360 mattered. It didn't. Kinect Adventures! Everybody congratulate the best-selling Xbox 360 game of all time because it must have earned that. Listen, Kinect Adventures isn't abhorrent, it's just really half-assed. Like, it doesn't feel like a well-designed game to validate the Kinect, it just feels like Microsoft knew they had to include a pack-in and whip this up in a few months. This is a game that was designed from the start to be free, not a game you'd willingly buy if it wasn't included in the box. With that being said, there are some fun little mini games in the package that work alright, but it's just not enough, man. I don't think anybody really bought a Kinect for what this game was offering. Similar to the Kinect, Sony was creating their own motion controller peripheral for the PlayStation 3, the PlayStation Move, and decided they needed to include a pack-in as well, that being Sports Champions. Wow, table tennis, volleyball, gladiator duel, disc golf, bocce, and archery. This says to me, let's do a sports compilation, but make damn sure we don't do any sports from Wii Sports. Because in a world where Wii Sports doesn't exist, there is no way in hell they'd include bocce ball. Sports Champions doesn't do anything that a million other Wii games haven't already done by this point. The controls work well, but they also did in Wii Sports Resort, so who the hell cares? Well, have you ever played Gladiator Duel? This is genuinely one of the best things the PlayStation Move has ever been responsible for. Grab 2 moves per person with one hand holding the shield, the other the weapon, and you have one of the greatest feeling motion-controlled multiplayer combat games ever created. It is good. The other sports are a fine distraction, but this is good enough to make this package, overall, a decent pack-in title. When the Wii Mini launched, cutting straight to the punchline on that one, for only 100 bones here in the US during the holiday of 2013, I thought that would have been it. You get a Wii system, remote, nunchuck, and all the necessary cables for a clean 100. Makes sense? But they just had to include Mario Kart Wii, which sold for $40 by itself for free. What a deal! How could you be pissed off at this thing? But the AV cables are included. Regardless, Mario Kart Wii is such a powerful pack-in with so much content. Though it is a strange one. I mean, look, the white Wii wheel accessory was such a large part of the identity to this game, alongside the online multiplayer, and it's the pack-in for the Wii system that just includes a red Wii remote and nunchuck and no online capabilities. At least they scrubbed the Wii wheel out of the box art on the packaging, but not the Wi-Fi connection logo. Though, still, I feel like maybe New Super Mario Bros. Wii would have made more sense here. No online works well with the red aesthetic, plus the Wii Mini feels oddly retro with how it's designed, which fits New Super Mario Bros. Classic formula more than Mario Kart Wii. So much value here, though. It's hard to complain about this as the pack-in for the Wii Mini. I just think there are other games that would have fit this package a bit better. The PlayStation Vita's pack-in game is technically Little Deviants, as it was included in the first edition bundle, the launch version. Remember when Sony was dogging on Nintendo with the 3DS, spouting out no self-respecting adult would play that in public? They say as they pack in Little Deviants. This is just a minigame collection utilizing the features of the handheld, the touchscreen, the rear touchpad, gyroscope, camera. It's all here, but Deviants is only really meant to use these things and nothing else. Yeah, maybe one of the only Vita games to make active use of the back touchpad, and while it may have been intended to show how it can be used in future titles, I think they accidentally showed how absolutely fucking dreadful it is to use it. Why would I ever want to do this? And there's no staying power with any of these mini games. They're endurance rounds. They last for 30 seconds and then reset for round 2, then a round 3, so on and so on. And they rarely ever use the tech in cool or interesting ways. They just use it. There's no point to this. Just because you make a game that uses the Vita's camera in a few mini games, it doesn't mean I immediately think, oh wow, now this thing is all coming together. It's not bad. It's just one of the most disposable and forgettable video game experiences. And that is not what you want for a pack-in game. It feels like it goes against everything Sony was pushing the Vita to be. They wanted it to look like a PlayStation 3 on the go, so why make this game the pack-in? It makes the Vita look like a joke. Where's Has-Been Heroes when you need it? There's an art to the pack-in game, and hopefully you were able to see that through all the examples given. It has to be a great game in its own right, while also being a console showcase. And I gotta be honest, guys, I don't think Little Deviants is great at either. Hey y'all, Scott here. See, this is fine, but what it could use, that's right, a game included. Why stop there? How about another? Space and everybody needs some MD40 at some point. You know, it should include a sign. Voice mechanism, you know, some hand soap, ant face. So I get a video game console, what do I do with it? Nothing! You gotta have a game with it, or a stack of games. Really, anything to take your mind off the divorce. And when most game consoles come packed with nothing off of that, some always have games bundled in with pack-in titles. With the NES, Sports with the Wii, but I'm not talking about those. No, I'm talking console bundles created after launch, bundles that aren't always around, sort of seasonal things, where during November, bam, Peggle 2 Xbox. I already have one, but sure! What living being waited to jump in on the Xbox 360 until Peggle 2 was included? I say living because I know they're all dead. What better way to get more people interested in it during the holidays, or really than attacking a hot game or two? Well, you could threaten them. Console bundles are great, though. Don't you hate it when you want to buy a console and the only one you can find is a bundle with a game you don't care about? I looked like the biggest Minecraft buying my Xbox One. Like, if it was just a footnote or something saying Minecraft included, but no! If anybody seeing me with the box in my shopping cart, they must have thought, wow, that guy must have hobbies. No. But hey, something you don't want for free, it's still free. And also something you don't want. Oh, come on. It's always nice to get bonuses thrown at you here and there. I remember when I wanted to get into hardcore gaming in the second generation, buying all the un-Wii consoles, I wanted this specific PlayStation 3 bundle, the Crystal White PS3. 500 gigabytes with an instant game collection. Now, what's that? The bane of my existence. There's no codes for games. That's just unfortunate. I mean, come on. What if the kids are watching? I feel like when you include digital codes, you might as well just include a gift card at that point so the customer can buy whatever they want. It's not like you're trying to clear inventory of all the unsold Ratchet and Clank all-for-one codes. Man, she can't hold that many letters. Instant game collection? Yeah, I'm a bit of a collector. Here's my pride and joy. Do you think one of the biggest buzzkills of the console bundle is having to download the game? I understand not including physical copies. You have to create a whole new box design to accommodate for that game being included. And is this really what you want to be staring at on Christmas Day? So we have Ratchet and Clank, all-for-one, Infamous 2, and Little Big Planet 2. Perfectly serviceable collection of PS3 exclusives. So I think Ratchet and Clank all-for-one is pretty top. It's fine. It's just one of those four-player type games that are always with the kids. There's a circle underneath your character run. Also known as, I think Little Big Planet 2 covers the multiplayer family game corner of this bundle and thinks something like MotorStorm would have been a better Sony published game to bring more variety. To be fair though, this is still a pretty solid bundle. You do get a subscription to PlayStation Plus, 3 games, and one of the nicest looking PlayStation 3s out there. It puts the Fortnite Nintendo Switch to shame. Wow, Fortnite's included for free? They pulled it off! I will never understand the concept of bundling in a free game with your system. But hey, at least it's pre-installed, which saves me a step with downloading the game then deleting it. Now all I have to do is delete it. Free Fortnite V-Bucks and a special edition Switch dock and Joy-Con? How did Mario Tennis get stiff? Why did this one come with 2,000...
ficando lá uma lavanderia o negócio, sabe? Ó. Um balde. Um daqueles baldes, né? Tinha que passar o molhado de um pro outro, depois pincelar de um pro outro, né?
Sei.
Mas, ó. Aqui.
Uhum. Depois vai pintar, sei lá?
Não, por quê?
Tô perguntando. Oi, bebê.
Não, é só pra tirar a ferrugem mesmo.
Princesa.
Aí depois vai ter que amanhã, né? Tem que encaixar de volta, né? As balas.
Ah, sim.
Só saiu um pouco daquela tinta preta do negócio na. Ah, demora. Acho que no banho vai ser melhor. Vê se quer alguma coisa.
Pronto, vou deixar lá. Aí eu chego e não vou fazer xixi. E aí, papai, coloca as coisas aqui pra cá. Mas é isso. Graças a Deus. Ainda tá bem dolorido o feijão, mas eu já vou sentir barriga.
Ai, meu Deus,
V-Bucks. Hey, this one is only a full game download, not preloaded. But it does come with 1-2 Switch also as a full game download. Man, this is work. But I like it when the bundles come with physical games. It may be more work, but I think it makes the experience so much better. It's like you're unwrapping a present within a present. It's magical. Well, Xbox has their old Xbox 360 bundles. Every holiday they'd offer a couple of variants, this one including Halo Reach and Fable 3, with Halo Reach being a download code. What, did they choose via Russian roulette? Originally, Xbox would do these 2-in-1 combo packs for double game console bundles to save space. Though, to save time, they started to just do one as a physical game and one as a napkin. Wait a second, this isn't fun. This isn't fun! At least you can play Fable 3 while you wait for the download. and cry. The Peggle Xbox 360 bundle. I don't know why, this one just makes me sad. Don't even get me started on the fact this is a 4GB 360. Peggle 2 fills up half the damn Xbox. No thanks, I'm stuffed. The Forza 4 and Skyrim bundle. This one's a bit out there. I think these are a odd bunch to group together. I just feel like bundling an E-rated game with an M-rated game just doesn't work out. A kid can't buy this if they wanted to because they need to show an ID, so why not bundle Forza with another E-rated game and Skyrim with another M-rated one? Microsoft used to have dignity with their Xbox 360 bundles, like when they were trying to appeal to families. That's one way to do it. Bundling Kung Fu Panda and Lego Indiana Jones together with an Xbox 360. I feel like Microsoft had to dig hard to find a game without blood and gore to market the Xbox 360 to kids, and when they found it, there better not be a damn gun inside that panda. But hey, I gotta hand it to the 360. There was truly a bundle for everybody. No matter who you were, there was a SKU of an Xbox calling your name. I don't want to meet this person. The download codes can still be a bit much sometimes. Like, Nintendo, you're willing to make room for a damn carrying case in your bundles, but not room for an actual game case? Ooh, look at me, I'm Nintendo. I'm saving the environment by only using digital codes. This bundle also includes free ethanol. You know, one of their strangest bundles to me was when they decided to include SNES and Game Boy games in certain Nintendo 3DS systems. The Pokemon ones made sense. You get unique Pokemon faceplates in the original games as downloads to commemorate the franchise's anniversary in 2016. But then you have green new 3DS XL with Super Mario World included. Like, I won't complain, I'll just question. They included Super Mario Kart with the special edition Super Nintendo design, which does make some sense. And I know, you include Mario World with the green 3DS because Yoshi's blue and I'm colorblind. But it's just a little odd to have the game included with your brand new game system be an $8 downloadable Super Nintendo game. Hey, but I got this one back in 2016, the Super Mario 3D Land new 3DS bundle, and the game is pre-installed, so there's no running away. And this was a situation where I sort of wish this was a download code. I had already played through and beaten 3D Land numerous times at this point, so having the option to get the hell away from it would have been acceptable. Mario Kart 7 was a constant pick by Nintendo to be included preloaded on 3DS systems. Nearly every Nintendo 2DS for a while there came with the game. Eventually, Mario Kart 8 was sort of the de facto bundle on Wii U, and then the same can be said for the Nintendo Switch, where it was the Black Friday bundle years in a row because I guess Game Ex Machina didn't make the cut. You know, they did a few bundles on the Wii with Mario Kart Wii, the same with the Nintendo DS, and GameCube, and Nintendo 64, and Super Nintendo. Pretty much any chance Nintendo has to get you hooked on chain smoking, they'll do it. But honestly, what is a better console bundle than Mario Kart? That's why half the people even buy Nintendo consoles to begin with, which makes me question, what is the perfect game to bundle with certain consoles? Well, let's talk about this first. The Hannah Montana PSP bundle, obviously employed by Sony to get the Hannah Montana crowd to care about the PlayStation Portable, featuring such games as God of War, Gut the Village, and Grand Theft Auto. Is that a penis?
Liberty City Stories é do caralho.
Jonesing to get in on the more casual crowd, the DS corner, by marketing the PSP to young girls, which includes a copy of Hannah Montana Rock the Show because, you know, girls play too. But can they spell? That's one way to broaden your demographics. Insult them. You know, Sony was just trying to make the PSP a device for the whole family, but that's like the original Xbox getting bundled with the Bible game. No Christian in the world is gonna fall for that. You ever even turn on an Xbox? Oh, if it isn't the Demon King himself. This is still a fun moment in PSP history. Outside the fact that no case for the game is included. Just some dinky-ass cardboard sleeve, which a lot of these bundles decided to do. Most notably, the Wii console bundles. This is inhumane! The Mario 25th Anniversary Wii comes with Wii Sports and New Super Mario Bros. Wii in gift card holders. I understand this reduces the size and all, but I hate putting these on my shelf. But you know what's even stupider? Imagine New Super Mario Bros. Wii in the same case in a different Wii bundle, but instead of a bonus Wii Sports game, how about a Super Mario Galaxy music CD? This is a Mario Galaxy. This isn't a special edition release. This would make much more sense than the 25th Anniversary bundle. The Wii can't play music CDs. Again, it's hard to complain about free stuff, but that means if I do complain about it, I have talent. This bundle came out near the system's demise, which is when some of the craziest bundles are launched. For example, all the ones for kids. The Disney Infinity 2.0 PlayStation 3. I feel bad for the guy who just wanted a damn PS3. Skylanders Giants Wii, Skylanders Swap Force Wii U. Of course, this came out a year after after the system's launch, which was during its demise. I find it sort of strange when these console bundles include something only really diehard fans would care about. Wow, a Mario Galaxy music CD! If that interests you, why the hell are you buying a Wii in 2011? A Skylanders Swap Force Wii U bundle with not only Skylanders Swap Force, but Nintendo Land as well, both in full game cases, and an exclusive variant of one of these whatever the f***s. Or the Mario Maker Wii U bundle, including an exclusive amiibo. And that was a lovely test by Nintendo to see if amiibo collectors would consider buying an entire Wii U just for one. Well, they bought it, they would just return the system with a random common amiibo in its place. How about this new Super Mario Bros. 2 3DS XL bundle that includes all the DLC and a preloaded version of the game that was only available via this bundle? New Super Mario Bros. 2 Gold Edition. Like, why would you care unless you're already into this kind of stuff? Bundles work best when they come with the game you were already gonna buy with the console. I bought.
E aí? Vamos ver o negócio?
Ah, tá, sim.
Bought my PlayStation 4 in January of 2015.
Penis.
There was a promotion where they gave you a copy of The Last of Us Remastered alongside it. They gave it via a download code printed on the receipt. I did not know this until I was already ripping up the house trying to find the download code. But this was the perfect game to introduce me to the world of PlayStation 4, a PlayStation 3 game. But I'm happy it was the first game I played because it was an amazing experience and got me hooked on PlayStation exclusives for a while there. It's a shame it wasn't really much of an official bundle, more so a GameStop promotion, but hey, you can't really complain. Picking a game bundle is important, which is why this confuses the hell out of me. Everybody remembers their first time. Though I do appreciate multiple games packed in, you ever feel like if it's 3 or more, it's a little overwhelming? Jesus, where do you start out? I feel that way about the Peggle Xbox. It's when you bundle so much in that it's just this feeling of, this is no longer a starter pack, this is a death sentence. Damn, Mario Kart DS and Photo Clock? You see these third-party bundles on Amazon that just try to offload as much of their unsold inventory as possible to you alongside a video game system? Like, believe me, if I wanted a protractor, I'd buy one myself. That's the dark side of bundles. Companies trying to get rid of junk by passing it off to the consumer as a deal. The Game Boy Advance e-reader bundle. Might as well rename it to Pay Me for Meningitis. Man, like who didn't have a Game Boy Advance that wanted an e-reader? That's what I'm saying with these console bundles including collector's items.
Aí. Ô mãe? Você acha? Essa cast não chegou no Brasil, porque os caras lançaram versões adaptadas dos filmes para Game Boy Color, um cartuchinho do videogame portátil. Claro, você acha que não era coisa de imagem e áudio? Uma merda. E que filmes
items, like an art book included with the Zombie U Wii U bundle. Include that in a collector's edition, not my first rodeo. See, the bundle is a trick, a con. You ever have too much stuff you can't get rid of, or a gift you got that you don't actually want? That's how these things operate. They're these companies re-gifting stuff to you. It's one of the slimiest ways they can sell hot systems. You try to buy a PlayStation 5 and get bombarded with bundles containing a backpack and a game nobody wants for $700 more than just a PS5. Well, you gotta spend money to make money. I'll buy that bundle, add a pack of cigarettes, and all of a sudden, I'm selling a PS5 for $2 grand. Let me ask you, when you hear the phrase blast from the past, is the first thing you think of Kingdom Hearts 3? I'm so nostalgic for sleeping. I did that yesterday. GameStop has consistently done these used console bundles, ones where they take one of their pre-owned systems and bundle it together with other titles, but for some ungodly reason, they name these bundles blast from the past. Because the phrase, I don't know what the we're doing was copyrighted. So here's the deal with these. I think they did these with the Wii, Xbox 360, PS3. You know, systems you could make the argument are from the past. 15 years is nothing. They called them blast from the past. And that might have done well, so they applied it to newer and newer consoles until we're at this point where, I'm sorry, Spider-Man PS4 isn't a blast from the past. It's from the past, but to be a blast, you have to invoke feelings of said past. Here's Spider-Man, and here's a modern
It's real!
Take me back. However, the biggest offender of the console bundle is the console bundle that isn't one. Special edition systems that don't come with the game included. Thanks. Just seems kind of weird. There's been multiple instances where the only Nintendo Switch I see on the shelf is the Animal Crossing one. If you've never played Animal Crossing before and wanted a Switch, wouldn't this terrify you? Well, for systems that need better console bundles, I'll help out here by circling back to the question, what is the perfect console bundle game? To me, the best console bundles not only do a great job showcasing what the console is all about, but is a well-rounded and fleshed out experience. Something that you can play by yourself or with friends, something that will last you a long time. Something that, honest to God, you would never need to buy another game ever again. Which is why 1-2 Switch being a bundle is fucking funny. Considering these stipulations, it's pretty apparent why Nintendo chooses to bundle Mario Kart all the time, why Microsoft bundles Minecraft, why Sony bundled The Last of Us. Games you can sink hundreds of hours in by yourself or with friends via local and or online multiplayer. That seems to be the deciding factor. Which is why this just makes no damn sense. However, I saved the best for last. Feast your eyes on the Nintendo 64 Mario 64 Player's Guide bundle. It includes a Nintendo 64 console, a Mario 64 Player's Guide. That's it. I know what we're all thinking here, so I might as well point out the obvious. For some ungodly reason, this bundle does not contain Peggle 2.
At the very least, you should be able to expect that it's going to be spelt properly, but that it also doesn't dig so deep into your skin that it looks like you've literally been cut by the tattoo needle. Meet Spriggs, a tattoo artist who ran to TikTok to badmouth her client after her own royal ups. My first question is, how can you be a tattoo artist but not know how to spell? Like, is that not the entire point of your job? But there should be no room to make mistakes as big as this. Like, you're putting ink on somebody's skin forever. But it's not forever, drama queen. You can literally get it covered up or removed. Why should you have to go out of your way to cover up a shoddy tattoo? Why should you have to go out of your way to get it removed, to go through the pain and extra dollar signs? No, there is no room for mistakes here, miss. I find that it's the people with no tattoos who think that getting them removed is as easy as they think. And before we get into anything, it looks like Spriggs has completely nuked her TikTok after not receiving the sympathy she thought she was going to get.
We both look at it, we both look at the stencil, we put it on. I took a picture of the stencil on her and showed her.
And then she pays and like goes to leave and she's looking at the picture and she's like, you spelled it wrong. Why are we getting our eyes wet exactly? The client trusted you, the tattoo artist, to do your job. I get being upset and anxious and screwing up a tattoo because that's your whole career on the line. Spriggs, babes, you spelled something wrong on somebody's skin using ink. You can't quite whip out a pencil eraser for that, and in my honest opinion, I feel like the client should have gotten a full refund for this entire ordeal. But what we'll find out later is that, yeah, the client did get a partial refund, but that's only because she tried to fix it. It's not fixed. Lorelai. Nobody goes out of their way to get a tattoo with the intention of it being completely wrong. And I'm like, dude, what do you mean it was spell checked? We both looked at it. We both looked at it. And she is pissed and she's calling me a dumb. Spell checked where and by who exactly? Bing? It's funny because love conquers all is one of the most common tattoo phrases that people tend to get. And by taking a wee little squiz here, we can see that conquer is usually 100% of the time spelt with a Q. But the client has now come forward with her side of the story, basically showing that Spriggs is putting this all on for sympathy bait. Lai states that she was completely blocked by Spriggs after commenting on her TikTok saying, hey, this is just not the full story you're telling here.
So I was trying to handle this off of social media, but when I text this girl to confront her about lying in this video, she blocked me on everything. Like on Facebook, she blocked my TikTok after I was commenting on all her videos.
How unprofessional is that? You're blocking your client even though they're wanting to confront you about this entire situation. Like, you're not even creating a safe space for people to come forward and being like, you really need to check yourself and you need to look at the work that you're doing because it's not up to par. It's not good enough. And being a tattoo artist, you're playing with so many different things here. Like, for example, it looks like this tattoo is going to be infected. That's if it already isn't infected yet. Like, it does not look good whatsoever. The healing process looks fucked. But really, blocking her on everything, that is so gross. And whatever studio still has Spriggs working, like, why? If this is the standard at how clients are going to be treated, then steer clear from this person, I feel like.
Just asking her why she lying, and I just wanted to address a few things. So, as an artist, if you know you gotta put your concentration into some work and you don't feel up to par that day and you don't want to tattoo like she said in the video, she never said those words to me. You should stay home and don't.
And that's what I find funny because before all of these videos were deleted by Spriggs herself, she literally said, I wasn't really feeling great that day when I tattooed my client. And I'm thinking, it's not a matter of feeling shit when you wake up and going into the office, but it's all right because you're just sitting there at the computer. You kind of just get to chill in a sense. But when you're tattooing people, you're putting them at risk because if you're not feeling great that day, it takes one tattoo artist not feeling the greatest that day to ruin the entire studio's reputation. Not just that, reputation doesn't even matter in this because you have f***ed up somebody's arm, not only just by the carving in it, but by the tattoo itself.
Don't take no clients, because why would you want to put art on somebody with bad energy? Like, that just don't make sense to me. A tattoo is not that deep. I'll come back the next day or whenever you feel up to par. And another thing, I don't understand why people were saying, why did I get 2 tattoos or whatever was in the comments. I can't see them no more because I'm blocked. But that's what I always do. I always get a tattoo and be like, I want another one. So what's the deal?
I only have like 2 tattoos, but what I will say is that after my very first one, I felt like I could get another one, but I just didn't have the time. Getting tattooed really isn't that big of a deal. It's not that bad. For some people, definitely their pain tolerance is not that great, and that is completely fine, but it's not really a wild thing that people would get more than one tattoo in one sitting, considering the fact like it's not this huge intricate piece of artwork. It's just a phrase that really should have been spelled correctly, and then we wouldn't be in this situation. Not only that, but posting it to TikTok has really just like exploded this, and I hate seeing the fact that this situation has made people scared of wanting to go get tattoos, because not everyone is a Spriggs, babe.
I'm spending my own money. It's not yours. And I never said that it wasn't partially my fault. I never ever said that. So I understand that I need to look at the tattoo that I'm getting like more than a few times, because obviously I wasn't focused enough to, and I trusted her enough to know how to spell words.
Yeah, exactly. Even getting a tattoo, you're going to be a little nervous and a little anxious beforehand, so you're probably not paying the best of attention ever. And given the fact that Lai said she trusted Spriggs to literally do her job because she's the tattoo artist, she's got to be the one who knows how to spell this shit. And I don't believe this spell checking a million times sort of thing, because in what world is conquer? This may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't really care. The client is not at fault here. Yes, you could say that Lai should have taken a better and closer look at what she was getting tatted on her body, but the tattoo artist whose job it literally is to tattoo correctly, yeah, it's kind of up to them to do their job.
So that's my mistake, yeah. But also, as an artist, you should know your homophones pretty much. Like you putting words on somebody, you should be making sure that this word don't have another word that sound like it but spelled different and stuff like that. Like, and I showed her on my phone the tattoo that I wanted and how I wanted it spelled and how I wanted it to look and all that. So of course I'ma just skim it, which again, my mistake. But it takes two to tango. Now the part that I posted of her video in the beginning of my video, that's the part that really ate me up, because when did I ever cuss at you? When was I ever aggressive with you? So why are you sitting here shedding these little crocodile tears trying to get sympathy for something that didn't even happen? That's partially your fault. Like I said, if you don't feel like you don't want a tattoo today or whenever, don't.
What I find quite bizarre is getting onto TikTok, trashing your client, and completely disregarding trying to handle it professionally. And what I will say is that, yeah, it looks like Spriggs isn't in the best mental health space, but that's not really an excuse when you're putting permanent ink on somebody's skin. Also, we can't ignore the literal cut it looks like is going through the words. Like that looks awful. Obviously, I'm not going to ignore the fact that mistakes tend to happen in the tattooing world. From what we have learned about people coming forward is that this isn't the first time Spriggs has allegedly misspelt a tattoo.
We'll just make it $120 for both of them. I gave her $60 back. I skin tone matched. I added the Q. I tried to change the letters best of my ability. Told her she's respectful. When it heals,
girl, what?
Come back and I'll try and fix it more.
When did you ever say that to me? Please let me know. Please rewind them cameras that you got in that shop, because I need to see that. I must didn't hear that part. Girl.
I'm sorry, but you're a tattoo artist. That is so unprofessional and disrespectful to the client. Are you serious? You are the one who f***ed up here. Of course somebody is going to be really, really angry and upset that you misspelled a word on their arm with permanent ink, that they're now going to have to fork out even more money to get a cover-up by a way better tattoo artist, at least a more professional one at that, or get it removed completely, which hurts and is so expensive.
I did not take an after picture because you ran the out of here and we were both okay.
And who ran anywhere? Like I said, I still had to put my jacket on. I still had to get my kid and I sat outside of your shop for 10 minutes. You could see me through that big ass window. I know you could. So who ran anywhere? Now she eating up this little clout she getting off of TikTok. Like, girl.
Oh no. I really feel bad for this poor lady, dude. It's the disrespect in this so-called tattoo artist tone for me. At first, I could understand the immense amount of anxiety Spriggs would have been feeling moments after learning that she up a tattoo and being rightfully so called out about it to her face. That couldn't have been nice. But really, lying about the happenings, hoping that lie would not come forward with her story and say absolutely nothing is not only delusional, but stupid. And her coming forward setting the record straight, I mean, it's probably time to retire the tattoo artist moniker. You can't just up a tattoo, hit up again even more, and then come to TikTok and sympathy bait. And by the looks of it, Spriggs went way too deep and has scarred this poor lady's arm. Carving your client's arm up and coming to TikTok and playing victim was certainly not on my 2024 bingo card. But I can't lie, seeing this kind of stuff makes me really nervous to get more tattoos. All I'm saying is that if I was looking to get a really good tattoo, I probably wouldn't get it from somebody who has poorly drawn hearts on their face. All that said, I hope that Lai can find a really lovely person to cover the tattoo up with something really nice, because none of this is okay at all, and the way that this has been handled and dealt with from the tattoo artist point is unprofessional and disgusting, to say the very least. You would think she would be offering up a full refund and a free cover-up. Like, I'm sorry, that's the only way you can really make this right. Now, with all of that being said, everybody, what are your thoughts and opinions? I was getting so many emails about this, and I originally saw one of Spriggs' videos on my For You page, and that was only 10 minutes before her account just completely gone. Let me know down in the comment section what's on your brain. Let me pick at it. Thank you for your stay at Yappersville today, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and most of all, love your fucking selves.
People refer to getting new tattoos and new piercings as needle therapy, but the tattoos of this tattoo artist are so bad that you're gonna need to see a licensed psychiatrist to recover. Ariel De Jesus is a tattoo artist operating out of Fort Worth, Texas, who is the phrase quantity over quality personified. Hundreds of tattoo artists have made reaction videos clutching their pearls in horror at the misshapen body art that Ariel scribbles into the skin of her victims, clients. This isn't to say that Ariel doesn't have a ton of support. She has almost 500,000 followers on TikTok, and a lot of her videos have very positive comment sections. So are these other tattoo artists just being snobby, or are her tattoos actually super bad? Let's take a look for ourselves. Tattooing for Christ, owner and founder of Blindfold Tattoos. Well, I don't know Christ's stance on tattooing, but I do know he's not a big fan of piercings. I have to say the name Blindfold Tattoo doesn't exactly inspire confidence in the tattoo artist's abilities. I may want the teenage cashier to be blindfolded when I go to purchase my Ultra Flow Super Gusher Absorption tampons, but I'd prefer my tattoo artist's eyes to be very wide open. But the reason Ariel named her shop Blindfold Tattoo is because she actually provides a very unique tattooing service. For a flat $100 rate, the client can book an appointment, tell Ariel the general area they want the tattoo in 3 words to describe it, and then Ariel will blindfold them, and she will tattoo what she thinks is best for the client based on their description. Now, $100 is quite cheap for a tattoo, especially of the size that Ariel often does for her clients, but unlike the liver I bought off the dark web, which definitely belonged to an alcoholic, you get what you paid for. Now this is the video where the drama really started. As you can see, the comments are turned off and the like to view ratio is a fraction that would have had me sweating in 3rd grade, so telltale signs that there is a silenced TikTok dog pile in the comments section. I'm just gonna address the horrifically deformed elephant in the room. The fingers on this tattoo make Wednesday look like she came from the alternate universe in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where everybody had hot dog fingers. Aside from Ariel's preschool understanding of basic anatomy, there are a lot of severe problems with this tattoo. The line work is incredibly shaky and jagged. It looks like Ariel pounded back 3 Red Bulls before she started tattooing. It also looks like she attempted some cross-hatching for the shading and then just gave up. This is the quality of tattoo that I expect somebody's uncle to do in his garage with a tattoo gun he bought off of Amazon. Hey Rick, I was wanting to get that little Wednesday gal tattooed on me. You think you can do that? Yep, you
Vamos no shopping.
Eu já vou.
You know what she looks like, right? Maybe. What? I've seen one advertisement. I think I got the general idea. Okay, I've extracted the ink from all these ballpoint pens, so if you just take your pants down, we can get started. Rick, I didn't say where I wanted the tattoo. Well, but it wasn't enough for Ariel to post herself mutilating a client's skin with Wednesday's hot dog fingered cousin Thursday. She then decided to post photo evidence that she had directly stolen the design from a random artist online. Not only did she reveal just how bad her tattoo is in comparison with the original art, but even though there are lots of tattoo artists that will happily slap whatever their client wants onto their body, a lot of tattoo artists agree it's pretty shady to copy another artist's work without permission. Ariel has proven many times, however, that she is not open to any form of criticism and will in fact mock and insult anyone who dares to question her.
Why aren't the lines connecting on so-e parts? Why isn't this symmetrical? Where's the detail in the leaves? Why do the petals look uneven? Oh my god. Woman, chill.
Yeah, for reference, this is the tattoo that the commenter was talking about. The biggest plot twist of all of this is that Ariel has been tattooing for over 11 years. Someone tattooing for this long should know better than to make these very basic mistakes, and I'm pretty sure Ariel does know better.
People ask me, Ariel, do you rush? Yes, I do.
Yes, I did. Ariel admits to rushing her clients' tattoos because, as she goes on to say, they're only paying $100. Which means Ariel is likely capable of at least somewhat better quality, but she's actively choosing to make these ugly permanent mistakes on her clients' bodies instead. Another commenter was actually super polite. They just suggested that Ariel could charge slightly more and spend a little bit more time on her tattoos instead of rushing them for cheap. This commenter was also met with hatefulness and condescension.
Nope. Nope. I will never go up on my prices. They'll always stay the same. I love you, Laura Taylor, but nope.
Okay then. It's also very obvious that Ariel limits her comment sections and deletes almost every single negative comment she can find. As you can see for this $200 blindfold tattoo, even though the video has over 19,000 views, there's only 29 comments. The math ain't mathin', as the children say. Oh my god! I thought I was on a different site for a second. A site that Christ would not approve of. And here we can see Ariel's signature technique of scrolling her lines so quickly that they cross over each other and bleed into the body of the character. It literally looks like Sailor Moon has a botched mastectomy. Thoughts and prayers for her family in this trying time. She's gonna need some lotion for those elbows, and perhaps a surgeon.
I am a surgeon!
Do you remember your 3 subjects for this one in here?
Halloween, horror, and realism.
Well, that's terrifying, and not because Annabelle is from a famous horror franchise, but because she has 4 eyebrows. Also, whatever stylist cut Little Haunted Annie's bangs was likely hammered and should not receive gratuity for their services. It also looks like Ariel forgot that Annabelle is just a doll and not a marionette with a hinged mouth, so there's just this random jagged line running down her jaw for no reason. Always great to know that the artist tattooing you didn't even do bare minimum research into what a character looks like before putting it on your body forever. Also, that's just not how braids work. So, that hair is being held up by the power of the devil himself, apparently. This ice cream cone looks like it's been clenched in the tiny, sticky fist of a toddler on a hot summer's day.
Do you remember the 3 subjects that you chose? What were they?
Screen picture, autism, and Disney.
Okay. I have so much to say. First off, hilarious to watch her pretend to do the tattoo freehand just to reveal that she very obviously used a stencil from online for this tattoo. The magic of editing can only do so much. Also, yes, the client said that they wanted autism incorporated into their tattoo, but just slapping the logo of Autism Speaks onto her arm was not only incredibly lazy, but a very risky assumption to make. Autism Speaks is an organization that a lot of autistic people have spoken out against because a lot of
Bam, 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 bam.